Um, All right, thank you. Today is Tuesday, June 9th, 2026, and I'm calling to order the meeting of the Minnesota Supervised Release Board. We'll start first with a roll of members present. Member Christine Bray. Present. Member Andrew Larson is absent and excused. Member Shel Ramstead. Here. And Paul Schnell is also present. We will have the first number of cases will be cases that will require action by a majority of the three members of the board that are present. The last two, which are offenses that were, when committed, were committed by juveniles who were certified as an adult. And there will be two additional board members at that time, and we'll address and bring them in at that time. With that, we will begin the review of individuals. We'll start with Mr. William McDonough. And we do have a quorum met. And this, again, will require a majority of the members to vote in a particular direction as it relates to next steps. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Holmes Larson.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review William Jeffrey McDonald, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in St. Cloud. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Chair of the Board, Commissioner Schnell, and as he introduced the rest of the board members. I'm getting some interference. One moment, please. Okay. Thank you. All right, we're going to try this microphone and see if it works a little better. Our records indicate on June 12th of 1999, St. Paul police were dispatched to an area in St. Paul where it was reported that there were shots fired at a vehicle by an occupant of another vehicle which had left the scene. Upon arrival, no one was present. Police spoke to witnesses who stated that they did see the incident. Police then responded to another intersection in St. Paul regarding shooting. They spoke with the victim who had suffered a gunshot wound. After further investigation, it was determined that William McDonald was shooter and he killed one victim and injured another in the incident. On June 30th of 2026, William Jeffrey McDonald was sentenced to a life sentence for first-degree murder in Ramsey County District Court. Today's review represents his first review after serving approximately 27 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date will occur on June 10th of 2029. It should be noted that Mr. McDonald also has a consecutive sentence of 180 months for attempt to commit first-degree murder. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good morning, Mr. McDonough. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm alive. Feeling good.
Okay. I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, as she just read some of the facts of what they allege, I have prior, argued and raised why I should be released from prison, basically on an invalid indictment, not being lawfully or legally charged with a felony murder. As she stated, it said it was first-degree murder. But under the law in the state of Minnesota, it was felony murder by committing a drive-by. Now, the law ruled that in 2007, the state and the courts agreed there were no such crimes as attempted murder by drive-by shooting. The law said it didn't exist because the elements of the law of the crime showed it wasn't possible. So they vacated his sentence. Now, the law in Minnesota states that the Constitution makes sure that you be properly charged in the district court before the court proceed with a trial or render a judgment. And in this matter, the court didn't have the jurisdiction to proceed because the statute or the law which I was charged under wasn't valid. And
Mr.
the
McDonough,
indictment,
one of the things I want to make sure is understood is what the authority of this board is. And the bottom
Yeah.
line is that we do not have the ability or the authority to litigate your
no,
case
I'm
or
not
the
asking.
facts of that. The jurisdiction is a question for the courts, not for the supervised release board. So we're here today to talk about what it is you'd like to see happen, what it is that you've done while you've been incarcerated, and whether or not part of our role here is to assess the extent to which you reflect a risk to public safety.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just trying to explain, why I was brought to court and the facts of my innocence and plead my case. I don't ask you to relitigate the claim or review the claim. I just ask you to consider it, saying, well, some of these facts are true. Maybe the court didn't have jurisdiction to proceed with a trial or render a judgment, but it did. And maybe your imprisonment is unlawful, but they didn't let you out. But like you said, we're here to deal with the parole and to ask why you should be released. And some of the facts are that 27 years of being unlawfully incarcerated. Outside of those facts of being wrongfully accused and identified of a crime that says I committed a drive-by shooting, which I did not commit a drive-by shooting. And I didn't attempt to commit any attempted murder because under the law, there's no such crime. But besides that, I completed multiple programs while being incarcerated. Atlantis treatment. I did all the mandates. I did everything I needed to do as far as proving my point to prove that, hey, in 27 years, I'm possible to get paroled. But there is a change in my life where I feel like, hey, they could grant parole, but then I got to start the 15-year sentence. And off the 15-year sentence, I do 10 years. They can run that concurrent with the 13 and say, hey, well, parole, you got 13 years left and then you're out the door. And this might be one of the options to say, if we did parole him today, he wouldn't get released, but he would start his 15-year sentence and he got 13 years left. That's an option. And that would give me the opportunity to guarantee by my release date and my freedom. And I feel that I'm not a danger to the public or to society. And I feel there's people that commit crimes that got out that are. And that wasn't concerning. I feel sometimes they look at it, well, if we let this person out, we know he's a danger to society. But if we let McDonough out, we know he's not. He'll abide by the law. He'll go to
But so
programs.
how do we know that? How do we know that you're not a danger to society?
Well, for one, I want to be a cop and work with law enforcement. There's things going on in the world where there's multiple homicides going on that I can help solve. There's things in society that I can work with cops and police that I know things that's going on inside the prison system that should stop. There's a lot of things going on in society that people need to know about, they're not aware about because they might not believe in God. They might not believe in Jesus. They might not believe in my Father, but they should because Christ Jesus changed my life. He's with me and I'm with him. And that's another reason why you can guarantee I won't break the law because I can't go against God's will. My will is God's will. I don't do anything against God's will.
So talk a little bit about how you've been doing inside the institution.
Well, this institution in Stillwater are very poorly ran. The staff are not very too appropriate. Some are okay. The system is flawed within the correctional facility. There's a lot of bad politics within the correction, as far as I see with the programming and the staffing and the flag time and being incarcerated, being in the cell 23 hours a day. There's not too much to do but sit in the cell and not say anything and just do time. I did all the programming, but it seems like not on your half,
Can
Paul.
you talk a little bit about the programming you've done?
critical thinking, and I did every program you got, Paul.
I'd like you to talk about the programs that you've completed and what was most beneficial to you.
The most beneficial to me was restorative justice
Why?
and Atlantis program.
Why was restorative justice so beneficial?
Well, it helped me understand how people who've been victims of crimes can find forgiveness and sit down at a table and have God and have forgiveness. Now, the most important thing in God's kingdom, in my kingdom, is forgiveness. You must have forgiveness. And to see someone love someone who actually committed a crime against them and hurt them or brought harm upon them, to love them and to forgive them is powerful. And it touched me and it made me feel like that was beneficial for me to see that. And in restorative justice, it's a lot more than to restorative justice than just that part. You know, there's a lot of things in the world where people go out without getting justice, you know, in situations. You know, there's a lot of people dying out there because cops killing them. They don't get no restorative justice in that. You know, people out there suffering right now because bad politics. But that's
So,
not here and there. My programming is
so, so restorative justice was influential, and you said Atlantis, right?
yeah, Atlantis was beautiful. That's a beautiful program.
And talk about what you learned there.
I learned that you have to have a way to change your criminal and addictive behavior. But once you're in that program, you can do that. But once I throw you back out on the block, it's like throwing you back to the wolves. And it's kind of hard to stay in a positive environment when you're in a negative one. So you fall back into your old ways. And you're trying to fight back and you're trying to say, I can't think like that. You know, when you got criminal addictive behavior and you're in an institution where it's not a therapeutic community, it's kind of hard for you to make the blocks into a therapeutic community. Too many gang members, too many violent going on, too many people don't believe in God. So it was hard
So,
for me. It was hard for me when I left Atlantis and moved out of the program, but I'd rather be in that environment. So I learned it's better to stay in that environment than to be in a negative environment.
so you talk about that. You've been in 27 years, as you said, and you've
Yeah.
gotten to know over the course of time a number of people who are also serving really long sentences.
Mm.
Would you agree?
Yes,
with that?
sir. And they got out. And they got
Yeah,
out.
many of them got out, right? And so you've had some stumbles here along the way, right? Some use of some substances, I believe, was one of them. So you've had some of these challenges. How is it that you know what causes you to struggle, whereas some folks who have been in for a long time, you know, get to that point where it's like I'm despite the environment around me, I'm gonna live in the most positive way possible.
Well, it's kind of like society, Paul. When you're living in prison, you're living in a different society. When you're living in this world, it's different from the outside world. Um, my use is not cocaine, crack, meth. Um, I like to use prescription pills. I take prescription. They give me medication. But I did stumble and I got depressed and I relapsed and smoked some paper. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it was everywhere, and I tried it and I liked it, but that's irrelevant to where I feel um, how I am as a person and who as I am a human in society. I feel if I was in a better environment and that wasn't around or it didn't exist in my world, I would have never used it. I mean, some of these things in society, you got to think now, Paul, not to get off the topic, but you was a St. Paul police officer. I remember you from back in the days, and you're a very good person.
But let me just clarify this. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I think you would also agree, Mr. McDonough, that there, even in the outside world, there's a lot of this stuff out there and around.
Yeah.
And so how is it that you want us to say, okay, I've had these struggles on the inside, but I won't when I'm on the outside, despite the fact that we know that access to those types of drugs are readily available.
Yeah. One of my main things that I'm against in society is, okay, let me back up just a little bit, Paul. I used to be a person different than from who I am now. When I gave my life to God and I found Christ Jesus, my life changed. And it was an up and down battle. And being with God and living with God, every day we're tempted in a world. This world isn't easy to live in, but every day everyone's tempted by something. But in society, it's harder for people when they have an addiction. Um, I'm against fentanyl and I'm against hard drugs now. I wouldn't allow myself to use those drugs because I feel God wouldn't want allow me to. And I feel I'm a different person in society than I am in prison. And the reason why I say that is because when you're in prison, you're treated different and you're not treated as if you would be treated if you were in society. I know I was convicted of a serious crime and that weighs heavy. But when you're looking at those factors and you're looking at the fact to say, I could have took 10 years on a plea bargain and been out, we wouldn't be here today. I'd be out and I'd be in society. So it wouldn't be a decision of deciding whether or not I would be trusted in society or could we trust McDonough in the public. It would be, hey, he did 10 years, he's out the door. He took his deal, he did his time, he's gone. But because I didn't take 10 years, I got 30 plus 15. That's, that I'm not using that as a crutch. But what I'm saying is, I know that I have a lot to prove to society and prove to the world. And when you have those burdens, you don't want to let those people down. You want to show them, hey, I can change. I can be on your team. I can be a cop. I can bust a bad guy. I can go out and put them in jail. I can put these guys in hell where they belong. But what we're fighting today is a different battle, Paul. It's an unseen battle. We got inmates and prisoners and correction officers doing things they shouldn't do within the Department of Corrections.
All right, so here's the thing. I just want to like stay focused on some of the things here that that I'm struggling with, and I'm struggling with the fact that you like there are times when it appeared that you may have some level of accountability where you want to explain why things happened as they happened, um, and then I see and hear and read things about your ability to manage or challenges that you have with managing some of your emotions. Um, certainly, the empathy toward people who were harmed, and some of the things that you've talked about, frankly, seem disconnected with a level of kind of seriousness. For instance, I'll just use one. I think in one of the conversations you had with somebody, and they asked about your release plan, and you talked about like wanting to go to California and hang out with a bunch of kind of high profile people and that kind of stuff.
Well,
Do
not
you hear that sounds a little bit like
mm,
unhinged or
not to
disconnected?
not to cut you off or make this sound crazy, Paul, but spiritually in a way, I'm connected to Dwayne Johnson. Um, I'm connected to people in Hollywood like Johnny Depp and Brad Pitt and people that you wouldn't understand if I told you, Paul. And
Okay.
these people love me and they want to see me get out of here because they know if I don't get out of here in time, and Satan completes his mission. everybody's gonna suffer in the world, Paul. Not just me, you too. And all I have to say is that my dream is to go to Hollywood, become a star, become a director, a songwriter, a producer, someone positive in my community. But not only that, I want to be an officer of the law. I want to uphold the law and not break it. Now, when I grew up, I always heard that if someone did something wrong against the law or against your family, you had to hold them accountable. Accountability is everything in the kingdom of heaven. And sometimes when you hold someone accountable, you might get in trouble and go to prison and do time. But that's neither here nor there, Paul. My past is my past. I want to talk about the future and what McDonough can do with the help of Paul Snell, with the
Well,
help of the
so,
state, with the help
and
of
I,
state of
and
Minnesota.
and I agree with that. However, I think the challenge we have is the past and what we see in the past, and I'm not even talking about the far past. I'm talking about recent past is a good indication of what the future looks like. And frankly, I'm concerned. And tell me why we shouldn't be concerned.
Well, the last couple months since I gave my life to God, something happened in Stillwater Prison. It's hard to explain. It's like being nailed to the cross, dying and being resurrected all over again. And then I had to see my Father in heaven and say, God, I don't want to be here, but I have to be here to help save mankind. And when I sat in that prison cell and something happened to me, it's hard to explain. But when it did, it was a miracle. I felt like I died and was born again, Paul. And in life, we go through things in life, and our past is our past. God washed away my sin. He said, Son, it's a justification. Your sin's been washed away. Therefore, you can't use them against me, Paul. You can't
Okay,
say,
all right,
well, hey, you did
Under,
this, you did that. If you're a
understood.
man of God, you're going to say, hey, McDonough, I know what you went through. I've seen it.
All
I
right,
witnessed it.
all
So
right,
I
I got
can't.
it. I got it. So I understand. Um, all right, I will open it up to anybody else who has questions for Mr. McDonough. What things do you think that you still need to work on before you
Um,
could be released into the community?
what I need to work on is communicating with OSI, the administration, and talk to you about guys like Vernon Powers, David Christian, Scotty Christian, guys who are within the facility doing things that they shouldn't be doing. There's multiple unsolved murders that these guys have done, and I need to work with guys to get these guys
All right,
vacated.
all right, appreciate that. All right. Before the board begins any discussion or deliberation about next steps, Mr. McDonough, I want to give you an opportunity to make whatever comments you would like to make in closing prior to the board moving into discussion of next steps.
Well, first of all, I would love to give all thanks and glory to God and just give God the glory for allowing me to breathe and live. But it's getting hard. The weight's getting heavy. I thank you for having the opportunity to consider my release date and my parole. But I know even if you did parole me and grant me parole at this moment, I still would have 13 years to do before I can even get out of prison. So total as right now, I have 13 years from this date to get out. And that's to be considered. Also, I'd like to be considered is that I would love to do a restorative justice sit down with Stevie Crenshaw and the Roger family. I had got some pictures of them in my packet, and it touched my heart to know that these people, I want to love Stevie Crenshaw, and I want to be his brother. I want him to know that when I do get out, I would never harm him or never hurt him. I want him to live in the kingdom of heaven and earth. I don't want no one to die, Paul. Now, when you're in heaven and you're on the earth, you're looking at yourself, Paul. And if you see me, Paul, you know who I am. I'm not a killer. I'm not someone who's going to go out there and kill people unlawfully. And I'm not someone out that's going to go out there and sell drugs and gangbang. Now, I do have some enemies, Paul. And if they try to kill me, Paul, I'll call 911. But I want a badge. I want to be able to protect myself in society because it's dangerous. I need the protection as far as what it would be like. And the reason why I'm saying this, Paul, is because even if your decision was to not let me out, or you said, McDonough, we can't let you out because I don't feel we can trust you in society. Well, that's your judgment. God's judgment's different. If you talk to God or if you pray to God, Paul, pray and talk to God and say, hey, I talked to McDonough today. Is that your son? Should I let him out? If God says yes, you let him out. You don't disobey your father. But at this time, I would just consider and say, you know what, Paul? You know me like I know you. We got history. You may not remember it. We go way back to the beginning.
All right, thank you.
I do have a question.
Okay.
Have you ever made an apology to the family of the man you murdered?
I never got the opportunity, but
Did you write an apology letter?
well, it's difficult. Now the world I
Well,
was
just
living
yes or no. Did you write one or attempt to
No.
write one?
Well, I wrote a letter in Atlantis, and we write these letters, but they put them in a thing, and I expressed my sincerity when they died, and at the sentencing, I said I'm sorry for the loss of your family, and I'm totally remorseful for your loss and what you have to feel. Yes, I did, but at that time, it's emotional for me because I'm innocent, and I'm gonna stand on it. I claim my innocence. Even though I was convicted of you saying I murdered this man, I maintain my innocence. And I'm going to stand on that. So the reason why I maintain my innocence is because I didn't commit no drive-by shooting. And
Okay, thank you very much. You
Yeah.
answered my question.
yeah,
All right, thank you for your comment. At this time, I'm going to close that portion of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, we move this to the board to discuss next steps.
Well, I'd like to.
Pull your mic.
Mike.
I'd like to make a motion to deny parole, continue for 3 years, and that he do another round of substance use treatment. I wasn't completely clear if he just did a pre-Atlantis program or finished it, but regardless, I think he needs to go through it again. I think he needs to continue with psychiatry and really continue to participate in programs that help his criminal thinking. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? I would just say that, I'm, deeply concerned about, just, his ability to kind of see beyond himself. And I think that's, something that's missing here. And I think, hopefully continue to work with psychiatry and to the extent possible, like if he could benefit from participation in groups that of psychotherapy that would address some issues of change and those sorts of things as was recommended. I think that would be worthwhile for him to the extent that's possible and available.
Maybe I'd add one more thing, that he participate in a group setting like a lifer group.
Yeah. And I think that came out of the recommendations too, like those types of group efforts. Okay, there's a motion and a second. To the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Mr. McDonough, not that this is a terribly big surprise because you're really not eligible for parole until for 3 more years, because that's just 30-year mandatory minimum. But you've heard kind of where the board sits, that, you know, what we would like to see happen in the over the course of the next 3 years is that, you know, you would do some level of SUD treatment, whatever that looks like by way of assessment and so forth. Continue your involvement with psychiatry, and be involved in some level of you know, group programming, whether that's thinking for a change, alternative for violence, lifer group, things that would you know, engage you with others, and to talk through and hopefully gain some insight into the impact of your offense. Any questions about next steps?
Oh, yeah. What, I just want to know, in your recommendations as far as psychiatry, what do you feel why I need to see a psychiatrist? Why do you guys say I need to see a psychiatrist? You think?
Well, I think you've had a chance to look through the comprehensive assessment, right? The report that was done, right?
Yeah.
And
I don't understand why you think I need to see a psychiatrist.
well, because I think it made clear in there that there were that, you know, there are issues around that need to be addressed, and that's best addressed psychiatrically. And so that's why we believe that.
Issues, like, explain to me, like, what issues? What issues have you seen that you know? I don't see you around me. I don't see you with me. So
Well,
I need to
I'm
know.
basing this off of what, you know, what experts and people who are around you see. You know, and this is about things like your ability to manage mood and how coherent you are, kind of times where you know, some of the disconnection stuff between what's like real stuff, like even being a cop, or your connection with Dwayne Johnson and some of these types of things. Again, these are things that simply are not
Well,
well grounded. And I think
I'm-
these are some of the indicators
I'm
that
trying to.
are
I'm
concerned.
trying to explain to you.
Yeah,
Paul,
and I understand. And I think the decision by the board has been made,
No, I know.
continued for 3 years with these conditions.
Right. But I understand that, and I'm just trying to explain to you. Ask me a question, and I have to go off your opinion of how you feel, what you feel I need to do, and I have to respect that. But one thing I don't understand is when I tell you things that you already know, or you see, and you understand, and you act like you don't know, and you act like you don't understand.
Okay.
I know
Mr.
I wasn't.
McDonough, Mr.
I know I
McDonough,
wasn't gonna.
no, I'm not gonna engage in this conversation with you. I would just add this, that, you know, that the only other thing is that we do expect you to be discipline-free. And that's where we sit. So with that, this meeting will be over. Thank you. Good luck to you.
One second. Our next one is Oak Park Heights. Mr. G. There is. Yes. Wait,
He didn't in this form. Did he ever get an answer?
he didn't.
He didn't.
He never got one. Are we connected at this time?
Yeah, they're I don't know why they don't have the video.
Okay. Old Park Heights, if you can hear me, can you turn your video on, please?
Message.
Oak Park, can you hear me? Oak Park, can you hear me?
Well, Park, if you can hear us, you're muted still.
I'm not sure what that.
That is on, that's me. I have, because I'm connected. That's me.
So if it says host muted, that's your computer, not these?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know where they are. I've messaged as much as I can.
Oak Park Heights, can you hear me?
I don't know who else to message.
Text the warden. Oak Park Heights, can you hear me?
They're Becky Erickson is messaging me.
Okay.
They are. Oh, they've been under ice, yes, for 45 minutes.
Oh.
They're on their way to the room now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes,
All right, thank you. We'll begin. Good afternoon, Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Robert Richard Juten, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Oak Park Heights. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell. Also present is member Christine Bray and member Cheryl Ramstad. Our records indicate that on May 7th of 1996, Robert Juten was incarcerated in Little Falls, Minnesota after brutally assaulting his wife, 19-year-old Tabitha Lila Upsall Juten. Although the bail was set high, a family member was able to come up with the bail. He was then released from jail. On May 20th of 1996, 13 days later, Robert Juten found his wife, Tabitha Lila Upsall Juten, and held her hostage, along with Robert Eugene Selpichka and a 16-month-old child. The victims and the child were released, although Mr. Selpichka had been stabbed by Robert Juten in the leg. Juten repeatedly raped Tabitha and stabbed her before officers forcibly entered to remove her and arrest Juten. Tabitha and her unborn child died at the hospital. On February 23rd of 1998, Robert Reinhardt Juten was sentenced to a life sentence. Robert Richard Juten was sentenced to a life sentence for first-degree murder in Morrison County District Court. Mr. Juten was previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel and continued for future review. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date on his life sentence occurred on May 19th of 2026. It should be noted that Mr. Juten also has a consecutive life sentence with a 30-year minimum term for first-degree murder of an unborn child, a 146 months for first-degree assault, a consecutive aggregated 86 months for kidnapping. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Juten. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Been through this at least the one time before, and I'd like to start off by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, the main goal is to try to get to programming and medium security. That's something I've been working on for a while, since the 27-year life of review. And then possibly,
Yeah. So can you talk a little bit about like what you endeavor to do? What would be the flagship? What is it that you would like to accomplish?
one of the big ones is treatment, of course. Others, just see what opportunities are available for other programming, be it educational or vocational, along with other treatment programs, because there's multiple types of treatment programming. Another big thing is being able to visit with my mom and pa. I haven't been able to see them for quite a while.
Can you talk a little bit about how things have changed in you over the course of time?
For me, for a lot of years, I just gave up and kind of laid down and did the convict thing, I shut off the whole out world. I cut off with all what the vast majority of my friends and family. Because there was no point if there was absolute no chance of ever getting out. And I didn't want to continue to drag them through it. And yes, I spent a lot of time in my early years in segregation. And then I just trying to tune everything out and numb all the feelings however I could. I never did was into drugs or narcotics. I never partook in none of that escape. My escape was just sitting in the hole as much as I could, you know. But,
What changed?
a big change was talking to my nieces and nephews on the phone a lot, and then going back and reviewing how I talk to them, you know. And it's not that I was inappropriate, I was overly aggressive in how I spoke to them about how I deal with situations or how I dealt with situations in the past. And I didn't want that or how we talk in prison rubbing off on them. You know, and so I started changing on that. That was probably 20 years ago. And the other big part of it is, for a lot of years, I really did believe that I was going to be crippled in a wheelchair by the time I was 35. And I put myself in as many bad and messed up situations that I could, in hopes that I'd get killed or something like that before I was crippled again. You know, it took me till about 30, 32, somewhere in there, to finally figure out, I'll get it erased from my mind, saying, hey, you gotta quit the dumb shit, because that was from an evaluation when I was 11 years old, and clearly I ain't degenerating to the point where they said I was. You know, and that was a big factor in a lot of the stuff I did, period. Because it's like every bad choice I could make, I went out of my way to make, just to end the situation before I was in that chair, you know.
And in the course of that, a life was taken.
Yes.
How do you think about that, or how do you, what have been your thoughts about your involvement in the offense and the harm that you caused?
I'm still horrified by it. I constantly think about it and go over it in my head every day. I go over it constantly, going over all the what ifs and all the stuff I should have done differently. And I should have tried more to get help for her and myself. Me and her pretty much knew each other all of our lives, you know, and harming her was never the intent or goal. And yeah, I was supposed to be the one to protect her and help her and stand her up, you know, and be behind her no matter what. And I failed her on all levels, and her sister, you know. I don't know. Like I said,
At some point in time, what happened on that particular day was that you entered the house, right?
yes,
And you had armed yourself with a knife. Is that correct?
I always carried a knife. I always had one on me.
Yeah. And there was some indication at some point in time that there was that the initial stabbing was accidental. Is that accurate?
Yes. I come around, I was in the house, I come around the corner and she was right there, and I truly did not even realize she was stabbed until a few minutes after the fact, as I had the knife in my hand, and I don't know why I pulled it out. To this day, I don't know what was in my head, why I felt I needed to harm myself. And when I went around the corner, she said something, and might have been, get the fuck out of here, or what the fuck are you doing here? Something along those lines. I pushed her up against the wall, and then Bobby Sobichka was getting up in the next room. I went in to the room, told him stay down. He didn't. Kicked up at me. I grabbed his leg and stabbed him in the back of his leg. And then Tabby hollered for help. I went back into the hallway, and she was sitting against the wall, and she was holding her stomach, and that's when I realized that I had stabbed her.
And then how long after that did it take before the law enforcement entered?
Law enforcement was there pretty much right then, because I lived right next door to one of the dispatchers. And as soon as they heard Tabby and Bobby, I think it was more Bobby that they heard screaming, and they were called. So they were there within minutes, and they started kicking on the door when I was going back and forth or between Bobby and Tabby. And then when I come in there, the hallway, and they were kicking on the door, I told them, get the fuck out, back off, otherwise I'd kill everybody. You know, I said, you're going to have to come in and take me out. And
And go ahead.
And during this, I talked to Bobby during the victim impact stuff to clarify some of the stuff between what he remembered and what I remembered from the event a few months back. And my son was upstairs and he was starting to cry. I went into the kitchen. Bobby fell down in the kitchen on the floor, slipped onto linoleum in his own blood. And I told him to go help Tabby, and I was filling up a bottle for Joseph. You know, and I asked him at the time too, when we had our meeting, why he didn't just walk downstairs. The cops were right below him. He could have just walked downstairs with Tabby too. And he's like, he never thought about it. He just went upstairs with her. And then shortly after that, then I went upstairs. I met them. They were almost up to the top of the stairs. I went in and got my son and then took him to the other room, and Tabby and Bobby came in. And cops were outside asking what I wanted, and I told them first thing is we need to get Joseph out here because I don't want Joseph involved in anything that follows, and I don't want him harmed, whatever. And that went back and forth for quite a while. So I finally get him. I had to put Joseph outside the door and then start screaming for the cops to come up, get him before he fell down the stairs. I know setting him outside the door was pretty bad. Just listening to him knock and beat on the door.
In the meantime, what's happening on the inside?
Bobby, I laid down on the floor, and he was bleeding pretty bad at first. I put a tourniquet around his leg above the cut, and I told him that we had to release pressure every 15 minutes or so as prevent from further nerve damage or anything like that, or necrosis setting in. And Tabby was on the bed. I put a towel over her stomach where her stab wound was. The stab wound was about maybe an inch by a centimeter in her line. And she was up moving around a few times, and I told her she needed to lay still, not agitate it. And then I told them they needed to send up this was before they picked Joseph up. Got Joseph, so I told them send me up a cell phone. I think I said cigarettes and a 6-pack of soda or something. And one of the cops come upstairs and put it outside the door to the room. So, and the first aid kit, yeah.
And what time, at what point did you decide to give up?
Well, it was after Bobby left, because Bobby could see that he was getting really, really white. I called down there because me and Bobby at that time, we looked very similar. We both had scruffy goatee, long dark hair and stuff. And I called out, told the cops not to shoot because Bobby was coming out and down. And Tabby was still up and moving around a little bit. I don't know, I want to say maybe an hour after that, she started going downhill pretty fast. Asking, and then I tried getting the cops up there a few times. Come up, I opened up the window, made sure that they saw I wasn't armed, that I didn't have the weapon around me. I was giving her CPR, trying to get him up, come up the stairs and treat Tabitha.
Um, as you think back about this now, could the decisions you have made a difference in terms of the outcome of this?
Absolutely. I should have just took her out myself. Oh, that's one of the big things I don't understand why I didn't do. In part I do. After a while, I was expecting a bullet to come anytime because I did open the window a few times, tried to get them to shoot me a few times, and they didn't. But I don't know how to even explain it. I was getting so jumpy and stuff. One part of me really wanted to die, the other part didn't, and that was a big struggle why I didn't pick her up and take her down. And truly, I didn't think about picking her up and taking her down. That's one of the things I go back on over and over is why the hell I didn't, because I did have a little bit of emergency medical treatment, our care. I knew a little bit about it, and I could tell when they needed help. And again, that's why I sent Bobby out.
Okay.
Out and yeah, I was just.
There were,
Go ahead.
there were some conversations about the extent to which SO treatment would be a value or a benefit. Do you think it would in this case?
Truly, I don't know. They keep telling me all the treatments are changed now. And that they have different approaches to treatment. And one of the things that I've been learning with talking to the people from victim services before my meeting with Bobby Sobichka is that I don't know as much as I thought I did. That there's new ways of dealing with things from back in the 80s and the 70s from what I was used to. And then with the restorative justice stuff, reading the books and talking with my therapist, Kristen, a lot, and all the walls I built up over the years, trying to knock them all down. From going to absolute no to anything and everything, any kind of treatment or any kind of aid. And I know that there's options, and I have been knocking those walls down quite a bit in the last 3 years. From, like I said, from the absolute zero or absolute negative on everything, to working on the anger management and just opening myself back up to feelings again, period. Because the only thing I allowed myself to feel for so long was, I guess, pity and anger, you know? And those are what I've survived on for 30 years, errors for the most part, except, you know, thinking about Joseph and Tabby and Bobby. And other stuff that I did even previously to that, that might not be as significant or merit criminal charges. It's just so many of the things that I did wrong, so many of the people that I constantly let down. Because I get to a certain point and I just give up because I didn't see no point in it. I didn't see no hope for a future. I didn't see none of that. And I didn't take the time to go back and talk to people about my reasoning to why I shut everything down. I just shut it down and refused to talk about why I was acting that way or what was leading me to all my dumb decisions and bad behavior, you know?
So if you were, and this is going to be a test of, you know, kind of the imagination. If you were in our shoes, knowing what you know, what would you require you to do if you were in our place in order to kind of continue to move forward?
I do think treatment is number one on the list. Because again, not being aware of all the issues that need to be dealt with. You know, dealing with all the stuff on his own for all these years. Clearly, I got other blocks that I'm not even aware of. I don't even know. I don't know how to term it.
Yeah.
Because from your guys' angles, man, I don't even know.
Well, look, here's the thing. Anything can happen along the way. I think the key question, I think, for us is like that willingness to to dig in and to get at the issues.
Yes.
I mean, I think, you know, when I read through some of the discussion you had about, you know, the life sentence crime in general and some of the sexual elements of that, you know, that was an area that I think, you know, there could be some insight gained, and I think that could be really beneficial, right?
And I agree. And that's what I mean is like, I don't know the options. I don't know what I'm out blocking, you know?
Yeah.
I know facing the demons and taking care of them, and what I've had to shove down over the years just to be able to look at myself in the mirror in the morning. I think I've come quite a ways on my own and with the help of my therapist. And I thought I'd come quite a ways with her, but then again, with just reading the restorative justice book and stuff, it's like on the anger issues and stuff, it's like, no, I knew a lot of the stuff from before, but it's like stuff I just pushed aside and, well, I dealt with that and I don't have to deal with it again. Well, no, that's 30 years, 40 years later, and I got different perspectives from when I was a kid, you know, and now being more mature and actually having hope of tomorrow, not saying that I'm getting out tomorrow, not that, but just that tomorrow's there, you know, where before it was that I'd have no tomorrow, you know, there's no point in changing anything. If somebody's got a problem with it, come talk to me, we'll deal with it. Otherwise, stay out of my face.
Yep.
Now it's like, I want to change that stuff, and I don't want to feel anger all the time. I don't want to feel the hopelessness all the time, you know. And this little startup to give a little hope from the 27 year and all that, you know, because when I started that journey, I still had no hope even then
Right.
on anything, you know. It was just to see what it was about, you know, and then slowly doing that and sitting down and talking to Bobby. Bobby helped me out quite a bit, you know, to allow myself to open up to more options.
Yeah.
And not to be negative on everything all the time,
Yeah.
you know, because I truly never wanted to hurt Bobby either, you know. And like I told him, I don't know, when I went in to eat with him, I expected more anger and all that from him, you know, and there wasn't really no anger from him on it. And I think him looking at me as a former friend and possibly still friend, and that he didn't hate me, I don't know. That was probably more effective than it, or opened me up more than if you come out angry and hateful. Then I could have justified being shut down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do exactly, and I really appreciate it. I think this is insight that we're talking about here, and I appreciate and respect the fact that you are, you know, seeing these different viewpoints, and I think that's it's quite positive. Other members have questions for Mr. Shedin?
I do. First of all, I agree with the commissioner. I didn't expect you to come off the way you have today. I mean, it's a good thing. I was expecting somebody a little different. You mentioned that you had a sex offender treatment interview with Lino,
Yes.
I think recently, and I may have missed it. What was the result of that?
Oh, we had the interview and a few months ago, and from what my understanding was at the time was that he said that as far as he was concerned, I was accepted to the program. He asked me a few questions, said that basically that I was accepted to the program, that just had to wait for the transfer basically. And then that is what I got out of him. With Haley, me and Haley talked about it further a couple days ago. Haley Roxford. We talked about it again a little while ago because there was a lot of confusion from the 27-year review mandate and my former caseworker McElroy with how to proceed with getting the evaluation done and getting transferred to medium, because it was discussed a little back then. And she's like, well, it wasn't mandated, so you're going to have to reach out to Lino or whoever to get transferred before you can get into one of those programs. And that's why I wrote Ms. Holmes and Mr. Schnell previously about approval for the transfer, because I was told that's what I had to do first to apply for the treatment. So there was a little bit of confusion, and it wasn't from my lack of trying earlier. It was didn't quite know how to get it done.
Thank you. I just have one more question. You've talked about Bobby a lot and the dialogue you had with them and your regrets related to him, etc. I didn't hear you say much about Tabby.
Tabby, that's it. Obviously, because of what I did, there's no chance to talk to her, you know, or talk about it.
Well,
Tabby,
I actually mean just in terms of regret or remorse, the baby. I
Yeah,
think I felt like you really skimmed over that and focused on Bobby.
yeah. Maybe that's on my part. Tabitha, like I said, me and Tabby knew each other all our lives, basically. We've heard about each other all of our lives, and our families kind of kept us apart because they knew once we met was kind of be a match in hell, And they're right. I mean, she had a really bad life. She was bounced around, and her sister as well. Well, and when me and Tabby first got together, it wasn't about a long-term relationship. We were just supposed to have fun over a summer. And then we started working together, doing a little bit of treatment stuff and working on taking care of Chaz, her oldest boy. And then found out she was pregnant. I told her that I'd work with her as much as I could. But on all that over the summer. And then literally 2 days before I went to prison previously, we got married so that the newborn would be in my name for when I got out. And I promised Tabby all the time that I'd take care of her no matter what, that I'd always have her back. That and her sister Angie as well, because Angie's another one that isn't getting spoken up a lot. While she wasn't there, she was impacted pretty extraordinarily on it. But Tabby, said I don't go an hour without thinking about how I felt her and the things I could have done to help her more and to not allow the situation to get as big as it did. And I know when all this stuff was going down, a lot of the focus was on Joseph, our son. And she was trying to tell me for months ahead of time that there were other issues, and I kept shutting her down on it because I was trying to cut myself off from the relationship going further, just to remove myself from that so she could go out on her own after my parole was up. And it wasn't out of hostility or anything. It was out of frustration and how much I didn't understand about what was going on, and she didn't either. As with the drugs and all that stuff, that's what I was focusing it all on, and she had a lot of other issues that I should have been helping her with. Like I didn't find out about the HIV and AIDS and hepatitis until I was in the holding cell when the cops come in to give me the rape kit test and all that. And then they're talking about be careful because she had the diseases and stuff.
Excuse me, do you regret murdering her and murdering the baby?
Absolutely.
Just a yes or no.
Yes, absolutely. She should have never died. There's again, no, like with Bobby, there's no intent at all to harm Tabby. I never wanted to harm her, period.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for going overboard. Yeah.
Sir, there was,
There was an active protective order against you at the time of this offense, wasn't there?
Yes,
And yet you violated that.
yes,
And you said at the time of your court hearing on this that you took the knife to see her with the intent of stabbing her.
I said that.
That's what's reported in the record.
I honestly don't recall hearing that, or saying that, I don't. I'm not saying that I didn't, I don't recall.
But now you're claiming that you didn't intend, that she just showed up and that she somehow got stabbed and that you didn't realize you were stabbing her, right?
Yes,
That's not believable.
yeah.
No further question.
Great. So, Mr. Jutin, I just, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next step, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
One of the big mistakes about that is that I knew I was going at the tipping point before all this happened. And I allowed myself and my people, I'm putting it on my people that I use them as a scapegoat to not check myself into Brainerd for just to settle down and mellow out when I got out of the county jail. Because I know I was at the point of blowing up and doing something stupid. And leading up to that day. And it's, I don't know. I wanted, my main goal was look out for Joseph and make sure that he was taken care of after I was gone, because I thought for sure that I would be the only one that died that night. And I don't know what I said previously. I ain't denying that I said it, but I really did not want Tabby hurt. I did not want Bobby hurt. And Tabby gave me my son, and she backed me up on a lot of stuff. She put up with what I was, where a lot of people wouldn't.
Thank you. You're done. Anything else you want to add?
No.
Okay. Thank you for that. So at this time, I'm going to close this portion of the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion of next steps.
Well, I have a really pragmatic view. He's 55. He has
Wanna bring
one
your
more.
mic closer to you?
Oh, I'm sorry. He's 55. He has one more life sentence, and then he's got another roughly 12 years after that. So I'm thinking he'll be 97. And just based on that, I would make a motion to parole him to a second life sentence. I do think the fact that he's at least willing to acknowledge sex offender treatment is beneficial. And if he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, I would hope he'd have a somewhat of a fulfilling life. So that's my motion.
So there's a motion. For purposes of discussion, I'll second it. So there's a motion and a second discussion.
I can't support that. To me, that connotes that we're looking at the first crime and paroling him on that, regardless of what follows that. And I simply don't believe it based on the record. He violated the protective order. He admitted at the time that he took the knife. It's just not believable. And I think he needs to have the message that you got to tell the truth. and you got to start coming to grips with what you've done in order for at least me to see it as something that merits, if you will, a reward or recognition. I just can't support that, Chris. That's okay.
The thing for me becomes, I think, I don't disagree that I find the accidental stabbing stuff to be a stretch at best. And the only reason that I think I supported the second here was because it's not even about the fact that that he has a lot of time left to do, but I think his willingness to pursue the treatment, which I think is going to be the only pathway to getting to the stuff that has gotten in his way. And at least I think there's a crack here where he has recognized some of that. And, I think the fact that he, I don't want to diminish what he's done and the fact that he has a sentence for that first life sentence. And yet I think that when I think about the decision about parole, I think it is at some level a conveyance of some level of a desire just for us to see him continue to dig into all that's going on in his life, whether if that may not ever influence what happens on this in the community. But I think it sounds a little bit like he, for the first time, and I think just some of the correspondence that he's had, trying to get moved to environments where, there's more programming and treatment stuff available, recognizing the fact that he is not likely to, absent some crazy occurrence, which could happen under any circumstance. I just, that's the reason why I feel like we should get him into, I'd like to see him do SO treatment, because I think that whatever happened prior, all the treatment attempts and those sorts of things, that's the only thing that I feel like, and I think then there may be they will look at this offense. I mean, some of the things that came up were really explored for the first time in this conversation with the psychologist. And so for me, and I think being willing to kind of crack that open is something that I just feel like would maybe get him to a point of being able to recognize. But I don't disagree with you one bit that the accidental stabbing doesn't really carry a lot of weight. Now, lost his head, whatever happened, I don't know. But in any case, he is responsible for her death, and the death of the unborn child, and the assault on the other victim. And yet I think about him 3 years ago and today. And again, this is it's not something that, because I had seen him before, the difference is marked in my view. And that's the only reason I would support that.
Well, and it's a life sentence either way. That's how I look at it. We could keep him on this one. He still has another life sentence and he still has 12 years. And, 97 is pretty old to be incarcerated, so.
So I would just add that if we were to do this, remember that he would be paroled on the first offense. To his second offense, I would want to see the caveat that he would go to SO treatment, and that the transfer be effected to get him to what he needs, so that can be can start doing that work, and that he remain discipline free. and go from there. Now, the way it would be structured is that he would be seen next 27 years from the date of roughly from the date of parole. So we have a motion and a second to the motion. Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
No.
Chanel votes yes. The motion prevails. Mr. Jutin, you will be paroled on your first sentence. What's his parole date? Yeah.
5/19/2026. I do have one question.
Yeah. 5/19.
5/19/2026. I have one question for the board. He's currently in a complete the House of Healing program. Lasts about 13 weeks. I would recommend the board consider letting him complete that.
Yeah, absolutely. I would just suggest that, yeah, that he complete that program and then staff can work on whenever they can affect that transfer to whatever setting they feel is best appropriate to get him what he needs. So we would do a parole date effective of May 19th. Well, let's make,
Sorry, it's May 19th of 2026.
yeah. So passed.
Yeah.
Um,
So you go back.
yeah,
Okay.
well, I mean, I think it doesn't change much. It's 27 years.
Yeah.
So May 19th would be
Okay.
his eligibility date and then go from there. So Mr. Jutin, you've heard the whole conversation here and, you know, and I hope that, you know, that as you go forward, I mean, one of the things that you didn't say that I got the sense of was that as you've started to at least kind of acknowledge and look at some of these things, that maybe, and that there's a couple ways you can live life, the hard way or the easier way. And I recognize that prison is not an easy place to be. At the same time, you and I both know people who have had a rough and rocky start and have also then done very well. And I could see you being one of those people who could be a really pronounced and positive influence. And I would hope that you would choose that path. But that will also require you to continue to dig deep in as you go forward. Any questions about the decision today?
No, sir.
All right. I wish you the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
We're moving on to our third person. We got him, there's two at final, and then we'll start the juvenile. Correct. Pretty much. Tony LeHue? Yes.
I actually think he would be. If he doesn't.
It's like,
He could. Right. And that's what is that?
true.
'Cause that's
If
not-
he can understand.
This is the NBA championship, I think.
There we go. Good afternoon. We'll be with you in just a minute.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Tony James Lahu. Is it Lahu? Thank you.
Yes, yep.
All right, who is participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray and board member Cheryl Ramstead. Our records indicate on May 24th of 1996, the body of Kirby Beck was discovered by his mother inside his apartment located in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The victim was deceased, lying in a pool of blood on his bed. Kirby's mother had been trying to contact her son for days. When she arrived at the apartment, it was unlocked and the phone was off the hook. Officers responded to the scene. They observed bloodstains in the living room, hallway, and bedroom. Officers also observed a nightstick and a hatchet-type martial arts weapon on the living room floor. An autopsy revealed that Kirby Beck died as a result of blunt force trauma to the head. At least 2 skull fractures were discovered, and the victim received many blows to the head and body. The death of Kirby Beck was ruled a homicide. An investigation was conducted and Tony Lahu was arrested on May 27th, 1996 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. On April 29th, Tony James Lahu was sentenced to life imprisonment for the offense of first-degree murder in Hennepin County District Court. Mr. Lahu has been previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel and continued for a future review. Today's review represents his second review after serving approximately 30 years of incarceration. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred on May 26th of 2026. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lahu. I'd like to start by asking you to tell the board what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I could really come up with a satisfactory answer for the gravity of the circumstance and what we're here for. After hearing the details of the charge, definitely seems like I should really not have any expectations, because nothing you can say too good after that. What can a guy say? I'm kind of
Well,
at a loss there, sir.
Okay, so talk about what it is that you have done that indicates that you are not the same person that committed that offense in that description.
I've thought about this a lot this hearing, and same person. I guess when we learn, we say You know, I don't know how anybody could say they're not the same person. There's always an element of, who we were that doesn't go away. I would say that we learn as we go away. If I say that person wasn't me, then I don't need to be here. Because, you know, I couldn't really legitimately say that. But what I would say is, I think we learn that, life is valuable. And, that every moment should be cherished. And, it's definitely, when we're selfish, it, definitely takes away from other people, whether we actually do anything to them physical or not. It's, beneath the dignity of a person to, take away from who they are by being selfish, I would say. So I guess I've learned that, it's good to value other people, and it's definitely good to see the best in them, regardless of what you're presented with. Uh, Everybody has some good in them. And, with development, effort, and, community, I believe that good can come out of anybody if they're willing.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, so one of the things that's a little unusual is that, you know, I think you, we're just looking at your letter, which was dated in May, middle of May or so. You you did have, and you have identified kind of, you believe that the next step for you is to transition to minimum custody for 6 months to a year. So you've had some sense of what it is that you'd like to see happen.
On,
Go ahead.
I definitely have, plenty of things that I would like to happen. But as, having an expectation, I kind of try to, do the best I can with what I got in the moment and in the day. Because a lot of times our forward planning can, bring us unnecessary strife and grief. Possibly, when I would say we have designs on what we want, and what actually happens is not necessarily coinciding, so I've learned to try to, do the best I can with what I got.
And I do appreciate that you know that you do that. Yet, you know, oftentimes the more, you know, there's a couple of places that a person's head can be. Are you living inside the fence or outside the fence? And, you know, obviously you're inside the fence, but at some level, are you planning and describing and figuring out what life looks like on the outside and how it is that you ensure that you don't run yourself into some other additional problems?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't think any of us can not run into problems. I think life is, kind of to be expected. I think you're deceiving yourself or anybody if, we think life's gonna be problem free. I think it's, how we deal with them and, how we stay grounded, you know? And, so I would, you know, I know you're specifically, I'm kind of talking about the process that I use to make it day by day. And you're more, looking forward a little bit. And I do have plans of what I would like to do going forward. And, I would like to say that I would just incorporate the same processes of dealing with life and unexpectancies that I deal with in here. And I think with that, anybody practicing, good maintenance of their life and the lives of people around them, when you value your community, it's really hard to say that you're gonna, the process kind of remains the same. It's just seems to be a habit you get into. So I would say that, just developing good habits. And, like in here, I didn't necessarily like getting a kitchen job. It's not necessarily what somebody would consider programming. But it's really kept me in a good place, and I hate my job. But it's part of adulthood to do stuff we don't like, and if it was up to me, I would do, probably listen to news all day or see what's going on in the world. But, unfortunately, I gotta supply my coffee habit and my hygiene habit. So, and not be a burden and a bump to other people. So I just, work. And if we got some energy left, talk to, definitely embrace the community that you have around you, and see just kind of a routine. And I would
Okay.
say routine of, just good decision making, and I'm definitely not a perfect person because right
Yeah.
now I'm just to give, because I know sometimes these can be a little bit impersonal when you don't actually know a person. But I don't necessarily always have a lot of energy, and sometimes I leave my personal so I'm kind of running a little bit afoul in the unit right now. It's not anything major, but they kind of want me to. The last interaction I had with one of the guards was that they looked at my room and told me I need to get rid of some stuff, and it's one of the habits I've developed, that not to worry about my own personal stuff too much, because in DOC you don't have really a lot of control, and the things I can control and the things that are important are my interactions with other people, my phone calls, which if you're not here necessarily waiting on a phone call, you might miss it, and it'll be 2 hours between phone calls. And I have a lot of friends that have got released to the streets that I've been trying to, I wouldn't say mentor, I would say try to encourage them. And it's really hard with as busy as the life is out there. So the thing is that I guess I ain't got all the balls up in the air at the same time. I definitely have my failings, and I try to make sure that the biggest things, the things like emotion, uh, interactions, I value people more than I would say I value uh, necessarily my personal life. So a lot of the treatments that I go to in here. So I'm sorry if I run on and you guys have specific questions that you would like to ask, just feel.
I do have a couple of them I'd
Okay.
like to ask, and hopefully maybe you can integrate some of the things you wanted to say as part of this. One of the things that you shared is that you mentioned that everyone who speaks with you feels that you should be out. What makes you say that, or what kind of things do you hear from people that would indicate that others believe that you should be on the outside?
Well, I don't necessarily remember saying that. I'm not saying I didn't say it, but you guys got a better record than mine. I think mine might be a little bit faulty. What was the question again? Sorry.
Well, just what makes you feel that others look at you and say this guy's ready to go, he should be out?
You're asking me why I think that.
Yeah, why?
I think,
Yeah.
I guess the best thing I could say is that, they know me personally, and, you know, I try to remain humble, you know, I would say that, yeah, I don't know why they would say that. I mean, other than I'm just a nice person and I'm, you know, like I say, I'm supportive and probably the highest thing I got going on in my life is community. And when people can see that, I guess that's, you know, when I talk to a person, I value who they are, so I can,
Okay.
you know.
There's, I think that during the PRT, you discussed about whether or not you should move out to minimum, and you know that you know you would go to minimum because you want to fulfill the directives, but I didn't get the sense that it was something that I had the sense that you were saying that, you know, all things considered, it sounded as though you thought that you would be a good candidate for just a direct release. Am I reading into that wrong, or?
My personal feelings is, yes, not right out the front door walking on out, but, definitely, with a job, uh, with, housing, regardless of what kind it was, lock in. So I was looking at a bunch of stuff, but, you know, definitely don't want to be wandering around in the streets, you know, or, you know, homeless, but, yeah, so, uh, I was actually thinking about Damascus Way. I'm thinking Rochester. I haven't been able to get a hold of them because I'm kind of working through my people on the streets as well. That they got a lockup, in facility lockup, where you're not actually out in society. You're still in a closed society. And I was thinking that might be a good way to transition out with people that are actually going out to work and coming back in with the people that are in there, or something like that, you know, like, I know that's not the only, maybe like work release or something, but something that, you know, where there's some kind of visional step down.
And why is that? Why is that important in your view?
Well, because, without more phone access to my support networks on the street, at this point in time, nobody would be expecting me to just, you know, be out there. And, you know, you have to develop, you know, some stability. If you're gonna go somewhere, you have to develop some stability. You can't just, you know, be kind of irresponsible just to be, you know, seems to me.
Yeah.
Kinda used to, I'm kinda used to moving a little bit slow, and I like to think about things, and I think
Okay.
everybody likes to make sure that they see that they got a solid foundation before they actually step on into the unknown.
Yeah.
Like to make it as known as possible.
Yep. I appreciate that. Let me ask this. You indicated earlier that, you know, like the kitchen's not your favorite place to work, which I wholly respect, right? I mean, there are things we like and things we don't, and so I get that. But then you talked about the fact that, you know, like your druthers might be otherwise, you know, but for your desire to have hygiene stuff and that kind of stuff, you do the work, but you might otherwise be more dialed into like the current event stuff. Explain that. What's the interest there?
Well, I definitely feel like, you know, if you're community oriented, uh, you definitely like to know what's going on in the community, you know, and, like, so like job availabilities, how AI is being incorporated into people's lives and transforming them. Uh, I'm kind of a thinker. I consider it, a pretty good discipline and rebuking, to get caught and charged with a murder, you know, which was good for me. Because, definitely doing time has changed me. So I'm not gonna forget about your question. I don't think. Uh,
I'm not, this is a long way around, but we'll get there.
yes, yes. Are you good with that or no?
Yeah, no, go ahead, go ahead.
So, just touch me on the question again real quick, sorry.
Well, just, I was asking more about, kind of the current event stuff and what that's all about. And,
Yes.
I could think you talked at one point in time about like you'd like to work in the media and some of that kind of stuff. And so I was just wondering, what was that about?
So the thing is, yeah, without wisdom and understanding, a lot of things we do things like, we want certain outcomes, and without wisdom and understanding, we don't necessarily incorporate, history and community into our factoring of what we're thinking, you know. So because of community, I really value, community, like, town hall meetings. I spent, quite a bit of time in, Stillwater. And it was really kind of transformative to see. I had access to C-SPAN 1 and 2, which is, the proceedings of the government and stuff, and, just, how people interact and talk, and it's, really, it applies to all parts of our life. So I really have a fascination with relationships, you know. And had I had, so your question to me is, what would I do outside of my civic responsibility as far as tax paying and just being a worker? What's my personal interest in life? And so, or what would I do if I didn't have the obligations? And I definitely, if I had my way, I would definitely be, uh, checking out, how AI is being used for bad or being used for good. What's the possibilities? Because I know people that are using AI. Some people are operating without information. Some people are operating with selfish purposes, and some people are operating with altruistic, intentions. And, I think we all operate that way, personally. So the way I think is on, like, I like the community, how it interacts, and it's, information is key to that. If we're unable to talk to each other, we can't understand who each other are, you know, and, we're just that person.
Yeah.
If we're not communicating. So
Sounds good.
that's my love, that's my passion, I would say.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Others have questions?
Mr. LaHoo, I commend you on certain things that you've done in the last few years. Looks like you're attending the Lifer group regularly, and you've gone through the substance use disorder treatment, completed prison fellowship academy, and have been working as a mentor there. Those are all good things. Since getting your GED in 2006, I'm curious as to why you haven't pursued any educational opportunities that were available.
I like that question. That's a forward. One of the reasons, it's a good question, and, I've been thinking about, artificial intelligence and the way our society's been going for quite a few years. And before I actually started developing, my own personal community wherever I'm at, before I became, I'm not exactly sure what was going on in 2008, but I know that I've been forward thinking for quite a few years, not necessarily about myself, but about society in general. I think that back then I probably thought, and I'm kind of surprised that it hasn't advanced a lot faster than it has, considering the capabilities of AI and how many people and how many governments and how many nations are advancing as fast as possible, that we haven't arrived at a point where there's a heck of a lot more communication and more information. And where it seems like, I know I kind of got off, course here. Was there, oh,
My
why
question
haven't we
was
developed-
why you
yes.
haven't pursued any educational opportunities since 2006 when you got your GED. That was my question.
Yes, that's a good one. So, yes, formal education, I definitely haven't, pursued. Um, but I would definitely, yes, nothing formal. We'll just leave it at that.
And then admittedly, you did not respond to one of the 4 directives that you were given by Commissioner Snell 3 years ago. And I'm afraid I don't understand why you wouldn't if you knew that that was going to be a criteria for today's hearing of judging what progress you've made. It just doesn't, and 2 of the people, I think 2 of the places that you had mentioned previously as might be places you could go are no longer viable. So it doesn't make sense to me why you wouldn't comply with that directive.
I think maybe, I'm not sure which directive you're talking about.
About completing a comprehensive relapse or a comprehensive release plan.
I kind of thought I did. Or,
I thought you said that you didn't think that that was viable or something that was appropriate until you got to a lesser custody level where, you sort of,
I'm kind of projecting on what you guys are thinking, you know? I mean, nothing's in the picture or out of the picture without your guys' approval, so I would not get out in front of you guys and say anything's viable, you guys are the authority, so, I wouldn't try to disrespect you guys on,
don't
trying
you
to
think,
claim got more experience in, evaluating. You guys have been in this for a while and you probably got a lot more access to a lot more information than I got, so I haven't had any training on, this is one of the, goes to my communication and community things. I don't feel like I've had anybody that I directly could contact to give me steps to, say what we're thinking or.
have you
So I
talked to
guess I was
anybody at
kind
the
of at a
prison
loss.
for assistance? Have you talked to anybody at the prison for assistance in what is meant by a release plan? Have you done anything proactively to contact outside organizations? Have you, I'm
Yes.
wondering why there's no plan that you've presented to us for consideration today.
Well,
When that was a directive for you. I just don't understand that.
yes. I guess, maybe what I had presented or had been thinking about and been in, I don't think it's, if I had talked you through the steps of, like, I think I might have told you that it takes me an hour, depending on who I can reach on a business phone call from an inmate phone. So I did talk to Freedom Works. For me, it's viable. I don't know what's possible for you guys. And, I'm thinking, like I say, I'm projecting, I'm trying to develop a plan with no expectations. I don't know what your guys' expectations are. My plan's not gonna change too much. Work, when you're talking about unskilled labor, work's work, you know, it's kind of like the kitchen, you just work, you don't talk about it, you don't, you know, you go to work, you don't like it, you do it. You know, and I can't, these people don't operate on the streets with, so I'm talking about a lot of different points of
Yeah,
view.
I think you've answered my question, Mr. LaHoo. I think we'll just go on to the next person who has questions. Thank you very much. I have a couple, and I just want to follow up on that a little bit. I think you're trying to project what we're thinking, and I really want to hear about you. I don't want the statements about we all do this and I think people do that. I'm just interested in what you think, not what you think I think. So that's just a comment. You
Yeah.
mentioned to the psychologist, you have a church community. Who is your
Mhm.
church community?
That would be, ICOC, International Church of Christ. Or anybody that believes in Jesus. So
And
I got people in here that are my church community.
how do you participate in that community, the International Church of Christ?
So I have a guy that comes up and meets with me almost on a bi-weekly basis. Because he's so busy, he doesn't have more time to come and see me, and I kind of feel like here we go with the feelings again. What was the question? How do
I think you answered it.
Okay.
My question was, how do you participate with that church community? And you said somebody came up every other week. I think you said to see you.
So I would say I wouldn't consider that my primary church community. I would consider what I'm doing on a daily basis my primary church community, which is people that are willing to meet every morning after breakfast for they have a nickname for it. It's called daily snack time, and then I pray at night before we go to bed. It's part of the community, you know. So I would say it doesn't really necessarily matter what the name is. A body of believers that believe that Jesus is you know, a savior.
Okay.
So they definitely follow Jesus, I would say.
So just one other question. You said to the psychologist, I think step down is more about making the board feel better. What's that mean?
Well, I like you say, I definitely was projecting and definitely try to look at things from different people's point of view. And it seems like, you know, unless you're gonna be able to do something phenomenal, which I'm not a phenomenal person, uh, you probably want the step down. I'm just projecting. You guys probably want me to do, you know, minimum, work release, maybe halfway house after that. I'm just guessing, so that would be my, you know, just thinking. That's kind of how I operate on a normal basis. I try to consider what other people are thinking, and you know, and I definitely not sure if you guys know, this is a good one of the reasons why I fundamentally changed is when we do things and we're expecting a certain outcome and they don't happen, and we're only considering ourselves in those processes, if we're not used to thinking about other people's point of view.
Excuse me, are you saying if you are not interested? You said if we, but are you not interested in other people's point of view?
Absolutely, that's yes. Uh, that's kind of how I operate on a normal basis. So yes, that's always what I do at all points in time. And, so that's why I say that, one of the most valuable lessons that I've learned was that when I committed this crime originally, it's one of my very first hardcore lessons. That was a beautiful lesson. Is that when you're operating without a community inside
You.
your own head,
You're
only,
saying
yes,
when you.
I'm
Mr.
speaking about
Lahue.
me, but it
Thank you.
applies to anybody. Because anybody that's thinking about their own point of view and not considering how it impacts their community has blinders on and doesn't understand that, that they're not thinking about their fellow citizens and they're not thinking about their community, things go wrong.
So do you have blinders on?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just want to hear about you. I don't want to hear about everybody else, but thank you.
Because I think that's, I just to piggyback, I think that's the struggle for me, because I feel like, part of, I understand your sense that it's selfish to begin to think about like how it is that, what the success pathway looks like. And yet, if there isn't a clear sense of that pathway, I worry that there won't be a success pathway. And that means, like it's too squishy for me. And like you don't have to have, I want to move to Damascus Way on X date. That's not what we're talking about. But who's your network? Who are your people? Where do you go to church? What kind of work do you do? Where would you live? All of these things really become a part of the ways that you see the future. And part of what you need to do is help us see that future through your lens, through what you describe in terms of the safety of the community, in terms of the change that you've made. To be totally frank, you're a very smart guy, very articulate in many respects, in the sense that you can talk kind of about community and its importance, which I don't think you're going to get any disagreement from any of us here. It's the what does it look like? What does success look like for Tony Lahue getting out of prison and being paroled? And the bottom line is, none of us are going to decide that. Tony Lahue is going to decide that. We're going to decide what the date may be and what the conditions are going to be under that. But absent you coming forward with a plan, there isn't a decision to be made, in my view. And that's the concern I have right now. And I hope you hear the positive side of that. That all of this thinking and stuff is great, but it gets in the way of like, how do you move forward? Let me just ask, and I'm going to ask you to do this briefly. At this time, just before we begin discussion about next steps, briefly, what final comment do you want us to take into that conversation?
Well, I mean, I guess I would say that, it sounds like, I mean, I guess I would say that, not knowing you guys better and, but I'm starting to get a sense that you guys would like me to be more, maybe self-determined. And I think maybe you guys are missing the point and a process that I use that very clearly decides and determines what I do on any given circumstance and has kept me out of trouble and been a benefit to those around me. So I guess I would say my weakness would be, yes, trying to lock down the future. Definitely would be a weakness because I try to do the best I have with what I have available right now. And it's a process that served me well and it served the people around me well.
Mhm.
And going forward, like I say, there's variables that there's no way I could possibly know or nail down. And the people that I have talked to on the streets, Tom Lundquist, the head of Mission 2911, said at this point, even he wouldn't lock down anything, and seems to think maybe projecting about what you guys are thinking. At this point, nobody gets released from a minimum security. So I'm incorporating my community into my decision making on things that I don't normally do, which is projecting forward. You know, so these talking to these people on the streets about something that may or may not happen is foreign to me. And seems like exercise in fantasy. And I like to keep it grounded and just do the best I can with what I got, with who I'm with. And I've met a lot of guys that definitely I've considered to be my community and my church while I've been doing time in prison. And now that they're out in society, I have an ongoing responsibility to talk to them and encourage them and to make sure that they're staying in contact with each other. And these are people that I consider my church.
Yeah.
So that's why I said about the formal, you know, necessarily the ICOC formal church. Anybody that believes in Christ is part of my community and my church and my support group, and me the same. So that's the process that I use, that regardless of where I'm at is going to keep me successful. And, you know, it works in all circumstances as far as I can tell.
Okay.
And if it doesn't work, you guys might know more about that than I would. And
Okay.
yes.
All right. Thank you. With that, we'll close that level of the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion and next steps.
Well, I'll make a motion to deny parole, continue for, I think he has 3 years before he. And no discipline, get involved in more programming or VOTEC if that's what's important to him. Yeah, I don't know about the thinking thing. I mean, I don't know if seeing a therapist would do any good, or if maybe that'll just, you know, maybe he'll be just fine in the community at some point, thinking like he does. I don't know about that.
Chris, I'll second that if we'd add having an evaluation to determine if therapy would be appropriate.
Sure.
Okay, there's a motion and a second with a series of recommendations. Just to be clear, he was seen before and he was seen at 27. He is now eligible on June 9th. This was his 3rd year.
Oh,
Not
thank
that
you for that.
Not
Yeah.
that that changes anything, but I mean, I think, you know, so I would just say that, you know, like he has done a lot of good stuff. I don't take any of that away from him at all. And this whole notion of, I think about some of the release plans that we see, right? Where people have, you know, this is what I need to stay away from. This is where I need to, you know, where I need to dig in deeper. And this is going to be who I call when. And this is what it's going to look like if things start to go bad. These are things that I think, you know, many people that he's been around have done. And there's lots of examples of those. And I worry that stuff is not happening. And like, we're going to put together a plan that's going to dictate that. And I struggle with that. And I think, you know, he really needs to develop clarity in that plan. Because, yeah, I guess the question I have then is where does he go and what happens here? And he's at Lino, he's been there for some time. If we're going to move him along the way, you feel that there would be benefit in him getting a change of scenery at some point in time, just as a way of experiencing some transition.
I think that makes sense because that was the recommendation also, that there were two places.
Options, yeah, the
Faribault and
options
Moose
that they
Lake,
provide.
and that might enhance his vocational training opportunities as well. So I think that makes sense. But I didn't know if that was our prerogative to add it, or if that's something that's decided at the institutional level.
Yeah, I think I like it, the extent to which we can help direct some of that, at least put in motion. And I think it makes some sense
Yeah.
that, he do that. And where exactly which of those places I think can, he can actually have a voice in helping determine based on
I think he
programming
needs to have
available.
a voice, because otherwise I feel like whatever happens, who's to blame?
And he's
The
gonna wait
ones
for
that
somebody else.
Making the decisions for him.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Do we have, and then obviously remain discipline free would be an expectation. Do you have clarity, Becky, around what we're looking at here?
Yeah, I have continued 3 years, no discipline, more programming or vocational evaluation with either behavioral health, psychological staff to see if therapy would help, and another medium for vocational if interest.
And
Of interest.
last, but to work with somebody in reentry on the side to really develop that comprehensive release plan. It doesn't have to be the date and the address of where, but just all of the things that are about how it is we build networks of support and community, which is so important. And I agree with them on that. All right, to the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
Chanel votes yes. Mr. Lehu, you've heard the discussion here and, you work with your team there and make some decisions, but I can't understate the importance of, again, I'm not saying what you have done hasn't worked inside, but what we're looking for is we want you to help us envision your future. And what that's going to look like and how you're going to do that successfully. So I wish you well. Good luck.
Thank you. Are they gonna hook up outside?
I know it's ready.
Good. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review James Tracy Slowinski, who's participating through live stream video from the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Lino Lakes. Mr. Slowinski also has an advocate participating today, Mr. Tom Lundquist. Thank you, sir, for attending. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, along with board members Christine Bray and Cheryl Ramstead. Our records indicate in the early morning of September 13th, 1987, Bloomington police responded to a report of a homicide. When officers arrived on scene, they observed a deceased female with stab wounds, naked, bound with electrical tape, and gagged. During the investigation, James Slowinski admitted to going to the victim's apartment with a knife, tape, and gloves with the intent of having sex with her. He stated that he put his hands over her mouth, taped it, and then taped her arms behind her back. Slowinski admitted to sexually assaulting her with a curling iron. He then left the room and later returned and stabbed her multiple times. On October 13th of 1988, James Tracy Slowinski was sentenced to a 17-year minimum life sentence for first-degree murder in Hennepin County District Court. James Swinsky has been previously reviewed by a commissioner and advisory panel and the supervised release board and continued for a future review each time. On August 12th of 2022, he was given the opportunity to transition to minimum custody. He was returned to medium custody in October of 2022 for medical reasons and then allowed the opportunity to again transition to minimum custody in May of 2023. He has been housed in minimum custody at the Lima Lakes Correctional Facility since that date. Today's review represents his ninth review after serving approximately 38 years. His minimum parole eligibility date occurred on September 11th of 2004. It should be noted that Mr. Slowinski also has 2 consecutive sentences to serve, 43 months for first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 21 months for second-degree assault. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Slowinski. How are you today?
I'll get muted.
You're muted on that side. Here we go.
Yours now?
Yep, we got you.
All right. Does this turn the volume up because it's hard to hear down? Yeah.
How are you doing today, Mr. Slowinski?
Well, thank you, sir.
We've been through this before. I'd like to start by asking you to talk to the board about what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, sir, I'd first like to acknowledge that I take full responsibility for the heinous acts that I carried out that led to the death of Sherry Severson. I'm sorry for that crime that I committed. I'm sorry for the harm that it caused so many other people through the ripple effect. I look back and I look at that day and that time and I can see that I was triggered initially by those past feelings of shame and guilt, and later triggered by the physical resemblance of Miss Severson and that of the person who had abused me as a child. When I attacked Miss Severson, the acts I carried out against her were the acts that I had carried inside of myself for many years that I wanted to carry out on the person who had affected me as a child. I regret those choices that I made, and I look at my life at that time. I was severely affected by alcohol addiction. My relationship was toxic at that time. I lacked financial stability, and I certainly lacked any pro-social support in my life at that time. I was surrounded by like-minded people, and that was people who were living criminal lifestyles that was focused on supporting our addictions and no accountability. It's for myself, I think of, all of the people that are harmed by my actions, and it doesn't just stop at those who are directly harmed, but that ripple effect carried out through many different people. And some of these people are people that never knew Jim Slowinski, never would meet Jim Slowinski, but yet their lives were affected by the actions and the choices that I made. And I fully understand that there are people who strongly feel I could never be released from prison. And I ask myself, this is what I caused them to feel. It's not something that they woke up one morning and decided to pick a name out and say, we choose to feel this way about this particular inmate. I caused those feelings. In taking accountability for my actions, I have made pro-social choices dating back as far as 1991. I chose not to spend my time in prison just doing time. I chose to start making some changes in my life. If the members would care to review the program and pro-social activity of my time in prison, you can see that it clearly states a consistent move towards changing my thinking that would also bring a change in my behavior. I think it's important too that at this time I address the concerns that were brought up at the last hearing. There was a great deal of concern over my lack of empathy and victim impact. Also, there was a lot of concern over my ability to handle frustrations, and certainly the concern over my propensity towards violence. After the hearing, I reached out to Susan Dodge of SOTP. She was my aftercare therapist there. Along with herself, Melissa Martin, who is a therapist in SOTP, came out here to Minimum and met with me. We discussed the concerns. They drafted up some work sheets that I could work on that would bring my attention to those areas. And one of the things that I did over this past year in considering empathy comes from two different perspectives for me. One is how my actions here at Minimum can affect the lives of other people. I'm here, I have a sex offense, and there are very few men who are allowed this privilege to be at Minimum with that offense. And there have been a couple before me. The choices I make here now and the behavior that I put out could greatly affect those who would follow me in the future. So I have to be aware that being here isn't just about me. I'm a path breaker for other men. So I'm responsible for that. The other perspective that I take, I stop and I think about how something positive in my life can negatively affect other people. And mainly, I go to the heart transplant I received on June 19th, 2019. I received mercy from God and a blessing. And that was a blessing of extended life. I have to stop and ask myself, how does that affect the Severson family? I took from them their daughter. And I was given an extended life, but it doesn't give extended life to Miss Severson. I also have to stop and consider Kathy, the mother of Brandon, the 15-year-old boy whose life ended, and from his gift of his heart, my life has been extended. I asked myself how hard that must have been for her as a mother to make that life-ending decision. And then how painful it must have been for that family when they found out the heart of Brandon, who had never harmed anyone, had gone to a convicted murderer. These are the things that I've considered. And it's been difficult. But I think in working through these directives that I was given, I also have to take responsibility in saying that I failed at my last hearing to convey the depth of the work that I've put into the changes that I've made. It is well documented through many years, not just the last couple, but many, many years. The changes that I've made in the areas of empathy and victim impact. We also look at the area, how am I handling frustration, personal frustration? 2 hearings ago, I was given a directive to take part in the ICWIC program out here. Subsequently, due to my past choices and the crime that I committed, I was denied access to that program. At my last hearing, this was discussed again, that I would take part in the ICWIC program so I could demonstrate that I could be trusted in the community. Again, I was denied. I dealt with that disappointment and that frustration through acceptance and delayed gratification and self-control. I focused on what can I do while I am here to continue demonstrating that I am no longer a threat to society or to anyone else. And I've managed that very well, and it's documented in the assessments that have been made by Charlotte Garth, Bonnie Bjork, and lastly, Terrell Backus. I also addressed the issue of my propensity towards violence. And I would bring attention to the past 35 years that I've been incarcerated, 38 years now that I've been incarcerated. Due to the nature of my crime, I was placed in a position where I was under threat of harm. And the records will reflect that I have not raised my hand in violence against another person throughout my entire incarceration. And lastly, here at minimum over this last year, we had a gang member that came to work in our shop. His initial conversation with me was that he was surprised that he was here at minimum because of his propensity towards violence, mostly directed at sex offenders. He wanted to make that very clear that there was this looming possibility. Each day that that man was here, he would try to antagonize me by comments. There was continuous comments about sex offenders, derogatory comments directed at me. And I accepted it for what it was. I couldn't change this person's opinion or his behavior. I focused my attention on doing my job and focusing on the goal of making it through that time period that he was here, and he has since moved on. I was also challenged this year by being given a very difficult roommate. He suffered from a lot of different psychological problems. There were some issues that came up. I was missing property for a period of time. He didn't order any canteen in the whole time that he was here. So I made adjustments so that him and I could coexist together in that room safely. He deserved to have a safe place to live, and so did I. So I made adjustments to accommodate this man and to still meet my goals. As I addressed that concern of the potential, my potential for violence, again, I would refer to the numerous psychological evaluations that have all come to the conclusion that I have a very low risk of committing another sexual offense and of violence towards others. And if I may, when I was brought back inside to go through the civil commitment process, I was interviewed extensively by Andrea Levitz, clinical and forensics pathologist or psychologist. And these were some of her findings as I was being reviewed for civil commitment. In some of her conclusions, does the disorder or dysfunction currently not allow him to adequately control his sexual impulse? No. As a result, is this person likely to engage in future acts of harmful sexual conduct? No. Again, in her report on page 60, is there an existence of emotional instability? No. Is there an existence of impulsive behavior? No. Does the respondent lack customary standards of good judgment? No. Failure to appreciate consequences of my acts? No. In the undersigned's professional opinion, available information strongly suggests this represents genuine change in his perspectives and beliefs. Slowinski's change in thinking and behavior patterns are both genuine and enduring. He presented in a positive and thoughtful manner during an interview with the undersigned. He also demonstrated insight into his sexual deviance, offense cycle, and high-risk factors. She concludes with, does the respondent have an utter lack of power or control over his sexual impulses? No. As a result of the affirmation, is the respondent dangerous to other people? No. The undersigned considered the possibility that Mr. Slowinski is engaging in manipulation, that he is faking good, saying the right things, and towing the line until he is allowed back into the community. Although this possibility cannot be definitively ruled out, she goes on to say, this examiner opines it is unlikely. A review of the respondent's records indicates the changes in his thinking and behavior have been remarkably consistent across settings over the past 7 years during the treatment groups and living unit at his job site. This would be extremely difficult to fake, particularly in the correctional setting where staff have encountered manipulative and malingering inmates before. In fact, records indicate SOTP staff have considered and rejected the possibility that he is faking his improved mindset and lifestyle. Mr. Slowinski's primary therapist reported staff and participants identified him, as a positive member of the treatment community. She opined Mr. Slowinski has made tremendous progress change, even in periods of high stress, which I know is a concern of the panel. How will I deal with high stress in the community, such as coping with a potentially terminal illness and transition to aftercare? He managed well and was consistently able to utilize the tools he learned in treatment. Mr. Slowinski is able to identify distorted thinking, recognize and manage my triggers, using strong interventions and challenges. So it isn't just my words that say this is what I've accomplished throughout many years of programs. And I would also draw attention to the reports, not only of those who are trained in psychology, but those who have the responsibility of supervising us on a daily basis and who are well adapted to understanding and seeing inconsistency in inmates' behavior. And that would be Officer Stafford here at minimum.
We have those records, yeah.
So I would ask that the board consider that these are people that observe me on a daily basis. Also, I have that support of a wide range of community members. Pastor James Comfort, who I believe is present there today. He has the responsibility of the safety of his church members and of his community. And for over 20 years, he has come to know me and supports my release into the community. I have the support of other community members that are strong community, positive people, pro-positive people that I never had before in my life. These are the people that have come to support me now. I know that there's been the questions been asked, how am I going to deal with the rejections in the community of job rejection, housing rejection that I'm certainly going to face? And I preemptively address that through the support that I've gained. Mission 2911, Mr. Tom Lundquist is with me today. That program alone has housing available to me, employment available to me. It's going to help me navigate those different stressful situations. But I would like to say lastly that I can only demonstrate that I'm not a harm to anyone with the level of opportunity that I'm given. When then acting Commissioner Tom Roy gave me the opportunity to come to Lino Lakes and to take part in the SOTP program and the CD programs here, I made a commitment to the commissioner. And one of those was that I would complete those programs successfully and that I would give him no regret for giving me that opportunity. And I can say today that I did not give him any reason to regret that opportunity. When our now Commissioner, Mr. Schnell, gave me the opportunity to come here to the minimum unit, I gave him that same commitment that I would give him no reason to regret that opportunity. And I've used this time here to demonstrate that I can work with minimal supervision here. We take care of the Anoka County Juvenile Center. And many times, especially over this last winter, we were out working very early in the morning, moving snow. Those people were coming and going to work at that time. And I've demonstrated that I can work safely around those people with very low levels of supervision. I can only demonstrate what I'm given an opportunity, and I can ask today that if given the opportunity to be paroled on my life sentence and start serving the 21-month consecutive sentence, that I would give no reason for any of the members of the board to ever regret giving me that opportunity. And the way that it has been broken down for me, that 21 months, I would ask to remain here at the minimum unit working on the grounds crew to help continue to develop the plant growing process that we have here now this year. And I can gladly say that This year, we created enough flowers and plants to support the administrative area flower beds and the other areas throughout the minimum area out here. And we also donated 96 plants to the inside prison. So I would ask to stay here and continue developing that program for the future people that will take part in that. And the last 12 months of that, if given this opportunity to be spent on work release, where I can again demonstrate my ability to live in a structured environment, go out to work each day, and come back and apply the rules that I'm given.
Thank you. I'm going to open this up for questions of other board members. So just looking here at the structure of what's remaining. So you have the 21 month, and then is there also a 43, but then there is 600 days or so credit for time served. Does that sound like it's accurate?
Yes, sir. That was when they calculated the time, and it's been done a few times now. The 43 month would be expired, and I would have the remaining 21 months to serve, and that would include any time for good behavior. So that would be a full 21 months to it still need to be served.
And you're saying that the 43 months, even though it was consecutive, because of the credit for time served, is satisfied?
Yes, because I had also served a lot of that time prior to this conviction. So a good deal of that time, 1 year on work release that I completed, as well as jail credit. So yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's yours. I'm going to turn to Mr. Lundquist. Thank you, Tom, for being here today. And but I want to open the floor to you to provide whatever thoughts you have.
Sure, well, thank you. I'm really deeply grateful for being here today to represent Jim as an advocate. Just to give you a little bit know about who I am. I have worked with incarcerated people for the last 17 years. 11 and a half of those years were in Prison Fellowship Academy, where I was a counselor for a couple of years, a program manager for a couple of years, and then a reentry manager for about 8.5 years. So during that time, I worked probably with 1,000 men. And one of the challenges but opportunities of working with incarcerated men is inviting them to change. There's such a spectrum of men, of people who are interested in change, people who deeply want change, and then people who are really going to cooperate and make that change. And we really never know where people are. Good thing it's a one-year program that helps us to find out. But some of the things that we look at to see if a person has changed and to what degree are whether the person has, let's see here, taken ownership of one's crime. Many people come into prison and they have the cell block version of, this happened to me, I caught a crime. And they blame other people, they minimize the crime, and that doesn't get it done. We really invite people to become honest and real. And so asking people to take ownership of their crime is really important. In the classes I ran, we started with the most honest guys who went up there and did what we call an integrity scene. And other guys would say, do I have to do that? I said, that's right. And so we're inviting people to become honest and then finding out for the first time that honesty brings honor to their life. And so when people take ownership, and that's what I see in Jim, that he has taken full ownership. He's recognized the true pain and suffering and horror of the crime he committed. And with that, he also sees that there's a victim and that people have suffered because of his choices. Even though he understood that a lot of trauma was in the basis of why he committed his crime, it didn't absolve him from the consequences. And so he knows and understands the pain that he's brought into people's lives who are innocent and had no reason to expect that. Another thing I see in people who have changed is where people actually are able to have a genuine care for one another. Most people who are in prison who are there, they're very self-centered and they only have loyalty for one another because of what they can get. When someone changes and opens their heart and has genuine care for other people over time, that speaks to me of some character change. And then the last part, what we really pay attention to is when people start hanging out in a positive peer group. Many people come to prison and they got negative peers that they've been involved in criminal activity. When they change those groups and they start hanging out with people who make obvious change and who have said goodbye to different criminal lifestyles, and when they do that over time, that signals to me that this is not just someone who is trying to be compliant. This is someone who is actually trying to be different. And so my 2.5 years of working with Jim and with his mentor, we have seen him really be very readily present, very accountable, and the relationships he has that I know of with other people who are also accountable really speak to the fact that he's already 2 steps into having a healthy, supportive community. So I don't really see any signs or danger signs that exist here that would hold him back or maintain him, staying where he's at. I would really advocate that he get to move forward and continue to make progress. Wherever he's gone, he has been a leader and he's lightened the load of other people and he's shown conscientiousness to others. So I see him continuing on and able to do that if we give him the chance today.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and thank you for your support of Mr. Selinsky.
Commissioner, I have one quick question for Mr. Selinsky. Do you know the name of the individual who donated their heart to you?
Yes, ma'am. His name was Brandon.
Do you know the last name?
No, ma'am. They have a procedure that we go through that we have to have an intermediate, and because of my incarceration, it's been extended to where I have to go through this other person, and so we haven't pursued that level of contact yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Selinsky, I just want to, because we gave you a lot of latitude there just in terms of your introduction, but a brief comment before the board moves into deliberation and discussion and next steps. So I'll just open the floor to you.
For
Closing comment, just anything that you want to share with us prior to us having a discussion about next steps.
I would just thank you for this opportunity, to come before you today. And I just reiterate that if given the opportunity to demonstrate that I can step down to the next lowest level of supervision, that I would give no reason for any of you to ever regret that. And I think that the consistency that I've shown over the number of years that I've been incarcerated would support that. And I thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll close that portion of the discussion and move into this board discussion and deliberation of next steps. During that time, the board will not entertain any questions or allow interruptions. And with that, I would open this to the board for discussion.
I move that he be paroled so he can serve his remaining determinate sentence in a combination of minimum and work release. Work release just depending on what happens with ICWIC or another program.
Okay, there's a motion and there is a second discussion. Here's the only thing I would say, and I'm saying this as much, probably more for Mr. Swinsky's sake than anything else. And I think this is the biggest struggle, and I just want to talk about how challenging it is. I don't want to take away anything that Mr. Slawinski has done, and I think, you know, as evidenced by all of the documentation we have from the experts and people who've done these assessments for a long time, his risk is low. And I get that, and I think we have the way of testing him and further step down as we move him forward for the remaining 21 months that he has to serve, which is really about what, 14, 12, something like that. Here's the part that I think is just the hard for me, that there was somebody who found this victim. And it's
Say
hard.
that again.
There was somebody who found this victim. And it's hard for me to imagine and what that would be. And it's not our job to punish. At the same time, it's hard to fathom and try and weigh this when the court imposed a life sentence, and the decision about release is fundamentally ours. And so I'm going to support parole today unequivocally, but I just want to be clear about the fact that it's not, it is about being able to manage that as we move him forward, but it's not without recognition of the fact that there is real harm, that I don't want to diminish the fact that Mr. Slawinski understands that. At the same time, I don't think any of us can fully appreciate and understand the impact of what that would be. And so there's a correctional decision, there's a human decision, there's a redemptive portion of this. And there's also just a hard pull on the other side. And I think we all feel that as well. And so I just wanted to say that as a comment. I would just say that the other thing I would say is that Mr. Swinsky would have to, you know, follow all directions of staff agents' continued programming and supports, as he has been, remain discipline-free, and we can work out the kind of the process as we go forward, and we'll there is a predatory offender registration will have to occur, CCRC done here.
They'll revisit.
Yeah, there will be some review of that. But yeah, there will be some of that will have to occur, and the things can be worked out. I would, just by way of parole, are you establishing parole today as the date for parole? His date for parole to be today?
Sure.
All right, so parole today, and then we would start this tomorrow. He would start the other offense, or the other sentence. Okay, motion, there's a motion and a second to the motion. Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead,
Yes.
and Schnell votes yes. Mr. Slawinski, you're paroled on your first sentence and move to your 21-month. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right,
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Slawinski, I just want to let you know that I'll have an audit done of your sentences to confirm that information and the dates.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll get you a notice.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Are we offline now?
I'm gonna.
I can just say make an announcement.
Yes.
So we're gonna go off for a short break and we'll come back for the final two hearings.
Hill, who was shot in the leg. It was later determined that Jonte Hudson
Okay, somebody's got it on.
and two co-defendants had entered the residence and opened fire on the occupants of the residence.
Hit the mute button.
Thank you. On October 18th of 2005, Jonte DePar Hudson was sentenced to 299 months or 25 years for the offense of second-degree murder and 180 months or 15 years for the offense of first-degree attempted murder in Hennepin County District Court. The court stated the sentences are to be served consecutive to each other. They have been applied as consecutive aggregated. Due to the legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Jonte Hudson now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years of incarceration. On February 27th of 2024, Mr. Hudson was reviewed by the Commissioner and Advisory Panel for his initial review. He was continued for a future review by the board in 2 years with the opportunity to go to minimum and work release in that continuance period. Mr. Hudson was reviewed again in January 27th, 2026. At that review, he was granted conditional parole in approximately 90 days. On March 18th, 2026, a warrant was issued for his arrest, and he was apprehended and taken to the Hennepin County Jail on March 19th of 2026 for alleged violations of his conditions of release, specifically use of intoxicants or mood-altering substances. Mr. Hudson had provided a urine sample that tested positive for cannabinoid. While he was in jail, he requested a confirmation test. When the confirmation test was received, it was reported that the additional test indicated negative or below the cutoff level. Although the commissioner agreed to allow him to go back to phase 1 of work release program, he also rescinded your conditional parole date. Today's review represents Mr. Hudson's third review after serving approximately 21 years of incarceration. His original confinement release date is November 3rd of 2031. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Hudson is now eligible to be considered for release as of January 12th of 2025. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Right, how about yourself?
I'm all right, thank you. I just, for purposes of clarification for the board, just in terms of process, the decision, while here there was a restructure put in place, I felt it was just important that the board kind of look at this and do a review in terms of where we are. Just based on some of the facts here, and so that's why we're here today. So I don't know, Ms. Murray, if there's something you would like to start off by saying first.
You guys gotta talk into the
Oh,
mic.
talking to the mic.
Sorry.
I guess I would just ask if it's possible to have some clarification. Mr. Hudson tells me that he, from the moment that he was released into the community and to the point of the arrest, he's had many drug tests along the way, all of which were negative, and that there were tests just leading up to this incident that were negative, and there were tests after this incident that were negative. And my understanding is marijuana stays in the system for a while, so the fact that they were negative before and negative after are important data points to take into account when we're dealing with tests that have some questions about them, in that the initial assay tested positive, but then the confirmatory test did not. And my understanding is a confirmatory test is done on the same sample, and while there might be some possibility of some degradation, you're not going to go from the tests that they claim to 0 or almost 0. So there's definitely some question here about whether there is a probable cause to believe that he took cannabis.
And for my thing is, I've already.
want to-
Let's, yeah. And
Like-
so I guess that, so I have a question about tests results leading up to this and tests results after.
So again, I'm not here to defend the test results one way or the other. That's not for me, so much the issue. For me, it really boils down to like, I'm gonna act on on the information that we have. If there's a concern, there's a question about confirmation test. And I understand that, cannabinoids typically would remain in the system much longer. There are some differences in synthetic cannabinoids versus others. And so, again, I'm not saying that that's what happened here. I'm just simply saying that those can be some factors. So that's kind of the situation. Ultimately, I think the question is, a conversation, uh, you know, if we're not here, I think, to litigate the kind of substance of the violation. I think the question really was to have the board, aware that there was an issue, and then what the board's wishes are relative to how we progress or where we go from here.
Well, I would respectfully suggest that whether he violated the conditions of the parole, which he feels very privileged to have and is very grateful to the board
I
releasing
just
him
want to be clear, he wasn't paroled though either.
Right.
He was at that stage.
in a process towards getting
Yes.
parole. So he is grateful to have his freedom in the community. He had been at a halfway house, and which he 6 months, was that right?
August 7th, I was released to the halfway house, and then I went to my sister's.
Gotta have it talking to the mic.
August 7th, I went to the halfway house for work release, and then after January 27th, I was transferred on phase 2 to my sister's.
Right. And my point is simply he was very grateful to be given that opportunity from you to go to his sister's house. He was ready to engage in that transitional process from prison to the halfway house to the community. He is so deeply committed to his restoration to full rights in the community. Since you last saw him, he has gotten a full-time job. He's working at Leppy Hinckley still. It's a metal plant. He started there 3 weeks ago. He continues to work. He continues to be a full-time student at Metro Tech, working on his bachelor's and his master's. He's a rising senior now. He's going to have his bachelor's next year, and then I think the following year is when he'll get his master's. And his third job is as a student worker at Metro, doing re-entry coordinating for their formerly incarcerated students. So he is a mentor to those individuals, and he's going to talk more about that, how he helps them transition into being in prison, from being in prison to being in the college. And so he's deeply committed to his own rehabilitation, restoration, back to the community. He's very committed to his fellow prisoners who are also being released and helping them get a foothold. He's very aware of the stresses and strains of that process, having been incarcerated for 20 years and having gone in when he was 16 years old. So I will say that I think he's very adamant here that he did not violate the terms of his parole. He agreed to the restructuring because he was in Hennepin County Jail, and it was either agree to the restructuring or you go back to prison. And what we're asking today is that you reinstate what you agreed to do for him in the last hearing so that he can go back and live with his sister and continue that process of reintegrating into society.
Okay.
Do you want, whatever you want to add?
No, I just would like to say thank you for the opportunity. As you know, I'm always grateful. I reached out to you to try to just show my gratitude and get some foothold, and you told me that I had to wait to this day, and I understand that. Not thinking that I'm entitled to anything at the end of the day. My transition is big for me. You Sometimes people look at individuals and just assume it's just their own opinion, but I walk it. I live it every day. I get up, I go to work, I go to school. I help other individuals within the TREC program that are coming out of prison. I'm surrounded around good people. So to end up in jail, I'm not gonna say that the situation didn't shock, but it was just like, hold on, what's going on? You know, just some real live, especially being at home. Uh, the effect that getting taken away from home again. My family lived that, and for the same reasons, no one is here but us. I don't want them to keep reliving things that are traumatized not only me but them. You know what I'm saying? Nobody understands phase two, phase one, or parole, or nobody in real life do. We have to. So when you're in a place and everybody see you one place, they're like, "Oh, you're home," and then you get snatched back. That's something different, So um, I didn't feel the need to have to go through all the hoops of writing a letter and doing all those things because I do have good faith in this system and stepping down each time I've ever came before the board or the commissioner. I would step down within that process. So I don't not believe that I wouldn't get that today, being that I'm doing everything I'm supposed to. I just wish to stress, like my letter said, sometimes before actions be taken, there's some kind of understanding. I know that we all have to take accountability in situations, and I'm not trying to deviate from that, Um, but there's just some like going to jail and sitting in the county workhouse, that's nothing to play with. That's like prison again, you know? And yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right, and I appreciate that. And again, I just want to be really clear. I made the decision,
For sure.
Unilaterally based on the presumptive test, and so that's kind of where we sit. And I did feel like since it was a board decision to put you out, I wanted the board to at least have this conversation with you.
I appreciate it.
And so that I just would open this up to the board for any questions, anything that you may have for Mr. Hudson.
Yes. I'm confused. Where's the most appropriate focus being on the accuracy of the tests provided or your skills and capacity to deal with the setback or your behavior, in other words? Where do you want to focus today?
Definitely how to deal, right? Because at no shape or form, it ain't easy, man.
Yeah,
It
it's
wasn't easy.
frustrating for you.
Yeah.
What helped you get through the frustration, trauma, resentment, and regret?
I had to make a decision. My agent came to me. She was like, "You either sign this or you move forward." I had to call my attorney. Like, what did I do? She helped me make the decision to be truthful.
What happened inside you and how did you deal with it? You just told me what other people were doing.
I'm still dealing.
What
I
are you
don't know.
dealing with?
I'm gonna be truthful. I really don't know. I wish I could had an answer. I know I don't want to be in that position again.
Nor do I want you there either, yeah.
But I couldn't understand really. I went to a basketball game, the whole house. We knew we were getting a UA. I can't understand. You know what I'm saying? It's
Sure,
not
yeah.
like this was a surprise UA. It's not like it's where in prison they come wake you up 3 a.m, come to the door. No, we knew that this UA was coming before we went to the game. So
I'm assuming you took steps that de-escalated the situation. And I don't know what steps you took,
signing the
internally or
restructure,
externally.
signing the restructure, to be truthful. I think either I would have either signed the restructure or I was going back to prison until I came before you guys today.
again, I hear the behavior. I guess I don't have much picture of what the emotion and the thoughts were going on inside your head and inside your guts.
Man, a lot. I can't put words to it. It's just, I'm
Because
trying
that's
to.
what I'm asking for,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just a lot.
Okay.
I spent 21 years in prison,
I,
and hell, all of them ain't the best days. To have to think that you're gonna have to relive that is.
no, not good. I celebrate with you that it did not lead to any further violations, consequences, breaks of procedure.
For sure.
Celebrate that with you.
Appreciate it.
And sort of looking at what helped you do that and how can that be increased in the system?
I just once I got released, I went back to what I knew best, my studies. I'm a full-time student, so imagine being in prison for 3 weeks. You miss all those classes, you miss work, you like everything's in shambles. So I just went back to what I know best, and that's get back to what I do to help me make it day by day, school, work, things of that nature.
You've got bedrock, you know where it is, and you went there.
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? What are the wishes of the board?
I'm interested to know what you want to do, Commissioner.
But what I want to do, it doesn't matter what I want to
There you
do.
go.
It matters what the board wants to do.
Yeah,
But
but
so-
I'm listening for that. I mean, I'm listening for, because I've not been in this situation before,
Yeah,
so I'm ignorant of it.
Can I say what I wish?
you can say what you wish.
Like a 0 to 45 day transition on phase 2. All my stuff is already approved. I'm going to the same place. I've already
Okay, that's
been
the
approved.
motion. 45 to 60 days. Is that what you said?
0 to 45.
Okay. I don't know
My
that.
paperwork
I don't know
shouldn't
that.
take that long.
But we'll see. I mean, how about 0 to 60? And that way we know that it's going to be just to make sure that we're not, because Becky was just giving me the evil eye. So that would make that as a motion. Does that
Second.
make sense?
Yeah.
Sure.
Can I just interrupt before you go down this road?
Yeah.
I just
You
really
need to
want
talk into the mic.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
It's my fault.
no. The road you took was a high road by not violating again.
Mhm.
Sure you remember that and make sure that you hold you accountable for you,
For sure.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have questions, you call.
I try. All y'all gotta do is answer. One thing about me, I'm gonna call.
Leave a message.
I'm gonna leave a message. I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna do all these things because I know.
Yeah, complain a little less. Just,
Yeah.
ask more questions.
I mean, if something similar comes up again,
For sure.
what happens?
Yeah. Well, like that was my question to him in the letter. Where do the structure, because somehow it just took off. This test was taken on one day, 3 weeks later.
Yeah.
And I understand that this happens, right? Unfortunately, because the stakes are high in these cases, right? I don't, but like it or not, the stakes are high.
For sure.
And so, like, we're gonna act on the basis of that information. And again, we're where we are. And I think to Don's point, like we're looking at a way forward here.
Mhm.
And what we learn from it. And again, I'm not accusing you of anything more than what the data was, the data that we have, right? And so that's kind of where we sit. So that's kind of where it sits.
Well, I'd make a motion to establish a parole date and that you go on work release phase 2 in the meantime, I guess.
That's kind of what I would, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So,
2 second.
okay, motion in a second. Any other discussion? Try it again.
I got you.
Okay, to the motion, Board Member Bray,
Yes.
Board Member Remstead,
Yes.
Board Member Struford,
Yes.
Board Member Nelson,
Yes.
Ms. Schnell votes yes. Okay,
Yeah.
So
Appreciate it.
just for clarification, you said 0 to 60, phase 2 work release.
Yeah.
And you said set a parole date.
That's this.
The mic.
So just, I can just clarify so that, we'll.
Yeah, if you could. please.
0 to 60, whenever we get the final agent approval and assignment and
I
approval of
already
his,
have all that. things.
approval
For
of the release
parole.
plan for parole,
Okay.
for final parole, then that would
Phase
step.
2 as soon as it can be arranged.
Phase, yeah, as soon as work release can make that those arrangements, she can do that. So,
Thank you.
um,
Appreciate that clarification.
Yeah, that's my thing, being that I got an agent assigned already.
so we'll,
Okay.
because sometimes the counties will change things. It just depends. So
Okay.
they'll work it through.
I appreciate it.
All right. All right, you're good to go.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right. We have a couple of little, board,
Appreciate it.
take care.
We'll reach out to you. All right.
All right, sounds
Thank
good. Just, one item just on the new business side, I think we have the training is scheduled for July 28th, correct? And so that would be board, training date. It is, we will do no business or discuss any cases there. We will have discussions about different policy issues that we would adopt and then bring that back to a public meeting later on, just around some of the discussions and what policy kinds of things we'd be
Do you
looking
have the
at.
hours on the committee?
Tentatively right now, we're thinking 8 to 4.
You talking to the mic?
8:30. I'm sorry, Aubrey. Maybe 8:30 to 4. We're working with the speakers and the people who are coming to see who would like how much time and how much time we can afford to give them.
Can I add just one more thing to the orientation that'll just save me a text
Yeah.
or email, but I can do it. I understand the level system. I don't understand the points.
On classification.
And I wondered if there's some document you can send that gives meaning to those points.
Regarding classification, right?
Yeah, like level 3, 19 points. I don't know what the 19 means.
Sure can.
Thank you. That would be, yeah.
We can do that. And I think even we talked a little bit about maybe some of the new assessment stuff that we have too, just would be good or worthwhile. So anyway, there's, and then there was a report done by the Justice Research Center that on just the parole process that they would, like to have some conversations as well. And I think one of the things that, they raised was just some critique of process, number one, and number two, I think, they, and I did write back to them just indicating that, they were talking about the number of paroles and that kind of stuff, and that, they cited X number of paroles since the board started, which there was true, it was the absolute number. But the problem is, and I think as you all are aware, step down is oftentimes a progress toward that end. And so it's hard to just look at the actual paroles because
Right.
if you consider it a process, it's and I think all the numbers indicate that, that I think, progress has been made. I think if you go back into the days of how the parole process has kind of emerged, I think the numbers are, continuing to move forward and people are getting opportunities for that. So anyway, they would like to have some discussions about that as well.
Yeah.
All right. The only other item we have is really just, we need a motion to approve the meeting minutes from May 8th, and I would have to require somebody who I think was just us. I don't know that you guys were at that one. So
I'll make a motion to approve.
And a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And those are approved. We have no public
No public
comment.
comment.
And the next meeting of the Supervised Release Board will be on Tuesday, June 30th here. And with that, a motion to adjourn. And we're, thank you.
Yeah.